Hello everyone, hopefully you're all having a wonderful evening. So yeah, Vindicators. Aren't they wonderful? It's my favourite mech in Battletech. And yeah, I printed one out in 1:100 scale. Just so I could have one to show off and, have like as a little showpiece on my desk. And yeah, I really love Vindicators. They're just such cool mechs in Battletech. Yeah, I honestly don't know what Bear is on about when he says he doesn't like it and that Wolverine is better. I just think, the Vindicator is just such an iconic and cool mech. And yeah, it's one which I think really doesn't get enough love. So yeah, I thought I'd do an entire stream dedicated to it. Hey Hamish, how you doing? This is not the Vindicator you're expecting. Refund. I need a refund. What for? Oh, and those reinforcements I was talking about earlier, yeah, now they got destroyed by the Vindicator. Yeah, they never arrived to the battlefield, I'm afraid. So yeah, we'll be building even more Vindicators. Look, I even have a second Vindicator. This one's actually in Battletech scale. And a third Vindicator. See, I do really like my Vindicators. I think they are amazing. And yeah, again, they really don't get enough love. So yeah, here's my third Vindicator. And here's my fourth Vindicator. Meaning that in total I have 5 Vindicators, 4 for Battletech and 1 as a showpiece. They make for such a lovely little happy family. Now, what you guys are probably thinking of was, a Vindicator like this, right? That's probably what you guys were assuming I was talking about when I said Vindicator, right? A big boxy tank for Warhammer 40k and Horus Heresy. It's probably what you guys are thinking of, right? But no, we won't be doing anything silly and nonsensical as that on this channel. We'll be looking at just Vindicators. Look how beautiful they are. Why wouldn't you want an entire stream dedicated to these? I mean, I do actually need to finish painting these as well, so you know what, we can even do that as a little hobby hangout. I'll paint the Vindicators and you guys can complain about how it's not the Vindicator you wanted, but it's a Vindicator you're gonna get and it's a Vindicator you deserve. Because everyone deserves to get into Battletech and everyone needs to understand the importance of the Vindicators. You guys seem quite upset about the Vindicator confusion. Well, there are no scams. I said the stream is titled Vindicator, and here are the Vindicator. You know, there's no scamming. In fact, I even undersold myself. I didn't bring just a Vindicator. I brought 5 along for the stream. Cool, that's overperforming there. If anything, you should donate money to me, just out of kindness, and you know, to say thanks for me being so generous and bringing you 5 Vindicators when I only promised 1 Vindicator. Honestly, you guys. So right, if you don't want to see the Vindicators, what should we do instead then? And hey Doyle, how are you doing? Welcome to the Vindicator stream. We're talking about the Vindicator from Battletech, and how it's my favourite mech, and how I think everyone who is even interested in miniature wargaming should get into Battletech, and we should collect nothing but Vindicators. And Hamish seems a little upset that we're not talking about this Vindicator here, you know. This thing from 40k also happens to be called a Vindicator. He seems quite upset that we're not doing a stream about this instead. And hey Connor, how you doing? What do you want me to do, Hamish? Doyle, there's no scams here. Vindicator. There's... it's like I was saying to Hamish before you arrived, you know, I've really undersold the stream. It's like, I call the stream Vindicator, when in fact there are Vindicators. There's 5 Vindicators here. Yeah, Hamish, what are you rising up against? What do you want? It's like, I am doing exactly what I said I am doing on stream. There's been no scamming here. Oh, absolutely. There is no mech finer in the inner sphere, or in clan space, than the Vindicators. They are the best mech you can get for 45 tons. And they're really cheap, very reliable, you know, they're really good mechs. And yeah, Hamish still hasn't actually said what he wants. So all I'm going to assume is all he wants to do is complain. Hamish says, I want you to sculpt an Emperor Titan from scratch. In 32mm scale. I don't know about that. I don't think I have quite enough green milliput for that. You know, it might be a bit difficult for me to do. I mean, we could work on doing a 28mm Vindicator. You know, I could show you guys how to, you know, scale these up and 3D print these out in Warhammer scale. So that would be a fun project. We could do that on stream. Could build a Vindicator in 3D design. Hey Gosu, it's going well. So yeah, today's stream is all about Vindicators. And just how much I love Vindicators. Although the chat over on YouTube seems to be a bit upset because I'm not talking about this kind of Vindicator. I don't know why. The battle mech is clearly superior and far more interesting. Hey Jimmy, how's it going? But yeah, no, I'm just really not sure what the people on YouTube want. All I've got is silly answers, you know, it's not really conclusive or productive to me working out what people actually want to see, because, well, I want to talk about Vindicator. I really love a Vindicator, but that's clearly not what people want. See, Doyle gets it. Doyle says, I prefer the mech to that tank. See? We have a person of culture here. And who wouldn't want to field an entire army of Vindicators? I mean, look how cool these mechs are. And Ghosty says, I would prefer Warhammer, but I am down for to hang on and to see what you're passionate about. Oh. Here says, if you want to do some printing, you can print at that Titan head. So wait, hang on. You guys don't want to see me build a Vindicator? You guys would actually prefer to hear me talk about the Vindicator from Battletech? Because, I mean, I'm more than happy to, you know, talk about Vindicators from Battletech and how much I love them. And Jimmy said, just looked at my old cough cough proper Vindicator, hurt my back picking it up. And Ghosty says, every time Tuppy says Vindicator, take a shot. Well, why not both? Confuse the hell out of everyone. So, build the Vindicator whilst talking about the Vindicator. Or talk about the lore for the Vindicator whilst we build a Vindicator. Which way round, Doyle? On a side note, this is one of the joys about 3D printing. It's like, I clearly have this 1:100 scale Vindicator, but I also have the exact same Vindicator at BattleTech scale as well. It's glorious. I can have multiple Vindicators at the exact same size. It's amazing. Move the Imperial Knight stuff out of the way. There we go. You know, the music's a bit quiet. One sec. There we go. That's a bit louder. The lore for the Vindicator and building of the Vindicator. Yeah, do you get that, Tuppy? No, I think you're going to have to be a bit more specific. Do you want to see me build the mech or the tank? And I'll assume you want me to talk about the other one. See, I didn't say Vindicator. Oh, I just did then, but I didn't say it multiple times in that sentence. And Hamish says, yeah, if this was a drinking game, I'd be in hospital already. But yeah, I'm happy to do both. So, So, would you, rather see me build the mech or build the tank, or yeah, because whatever we build, I'll talk about the other of, just to keep it nice and confusing. I'm still debating whether or not to actually bring my BattleTech army to Valfest or not. I think that would be quite funny. Okay, come on now, someone must have an opinion. I know Doyle's bitten the apple when it comes to mechs and stuff, and likes the mech. But yeah, any of you other guys got an opinion of whether we build more mechs or we build more tank? Come on. Jimmy says, an opinion on the internet? Be careful what you wish for, man. Yeah, no, I'm playing with fire here. Do you want to see tank or mech? Come on, it's not a difficult conversation. It's not a difficult decision here. And poor Master Hamish says, I definitely have an opinion. Make the correct choice, Tuppy. No, we're not playing this game. Because you still haven't actually told me if putting the flamer on the wrist of the Praetor was the correct decision or not. So, no, we're not playing that game again, Hamish. You're going to have to give me opinion. Tank or mech? Gosu, being an agent of chaos, has said, I vote for both. There is no one going to give me an actual answer. Jimmy says my apple juice is kicking in, so I'll be confused anyway. Stick the mech on the tank. And Gosu says, I'd honestly prefer the tank. Okay, cool. Wait, Connor, which opinion do you second? Putting the mech on the tank? or just the tank? Build the mech, then break it, and use it as scenery for your mighty tank. Okay, so cool. In that case, we'll build this tank then, the Sikaran battle tank, as it has tank in the name. And yeah, let's get started. Move that brown paper out of the way. Cool, so I guess we'll be working on the Sikaran battle tank. Where's the tab to open it? God, I'm gonna have to need to pull the camera up just so I can actually do a proper unboxing. Wow. Cool. So yeah. Look at that fresh tank goodness. You love to see it. I'm hoping the instructions are in here. What, you guys said you wanted to see a tank? So here you go. Here's the tank. I want one, but I still have to paint my Spartan and Kratos. Yeah, well, but the thing is, this tank is really cute and adorable, and I've built many of the Forge-World ones at this point for people. But yeah, look, it's small. It's baby. It's a baby Kratos. Well, the Kratos is just a very supersized version. And says Farak, what have you done to Tuppy? What you guys asked for this. This is genuinely what you guys asked for. You guys asked for tank. And here we go. This is the Sikaran battle tank. And learning off a master. Nah. Maybe it's been me teaching him all this time. And honestly, you guys are so hard to please. Do you want me to build this tank or not? I mean, I'm more than happy to talk about the Vindicator and for us to build Vindicators. You know, we could just do that. Oh, well, I've knocked the camera. There we go. Nicely and focused on the tank. And Ghost says, I'm going to get some dinner real quick. I'll be right back, no worries. And yeah. It's like, there's no scamming here, no deceptions. Just, you know, me trying as hard as I can to make sure I do the exact things you want me to do. Oh, okay, I've put this bit on for half an hour. as it's fun to tease you guys and wind you up. I will be honest, the only reason why I bought this entire tank is just for this sprue. We're actually going to chuck away Vindicator, so you don't need it. There we go, threw it in the bin. And yeah, we are going to work on Vindicator today. Bit of a tank. And paint my Death Watch then. Potentially, if you pay me money, then yeah, sure, Jimmy. I do commission work. So I wouldn't be against doing it. Right, let's have a look at the Vindicator tank. The Vindicator tank. So this is what we'll be building today. Henry says, I'll take that binned tank as a refund for the last 30 minutes of my life. I'll just sort of move all the war out of the way to make space for my Vindicators. That Vindicator's staying though. That Vindicator belongs on this desk now. So, right, a Vindicator. And yeah, I'm not kidding, by the way. I did basically just buy this Karen because it was the cheapest tank my local store had, which would have the vehicle upgrade sprue. Which is what we'll be using to make this Vindicator from 40k look a bit more Horus Heresy friendly. Oh man, I haven't built a Rhino in ages. No, this goes together quite easily looking at it. Okay. So hopefully everyone's having a lovely day and you aren't too annoyed by the opening shenanigans. But yeah, in reality guys, I was just trying to pad out time to make sure everyone had a chance to see the notifications and hop in before I actually start working on this, because this ties in rather well into the first video of Mustering the Legion, in which we talked about using 40k stuff in Horus Heresy. So do I ask a quick question for claws on Power Fist? Doesn't matter which ones I use. I'm assuming you mean on the Dreadnought, right? In fact, actually, the decal sheet here is actually really handy because there's Roman numerals on it. And it also says just got here, just got lost finishing my Necron build. Wolf, you missed. For the last half an hour, I've just been making jokes about the Vindicator from BattleTech, and how we were going to spend the entire stream talking about that instead of a Warhammer Vindicator. And to answer your question, Doyle, as far as I can tell, no. There isn't anything special, just pick and choose which one you want. So yeah, Vindicator time. And yeah, so basically today I went and picked up the Vindicator, and I also picked up a Sakaran battle tank from my local store, purely so we could harvest the vehicle upgrade sprue from it, as it was the cheapest vehicle they had. And yeah, we'll be building this with 30k and the Horus Heresy in mind. So, you know, we'll just get started with basics, which is cutting out and putting together the core chassis. I forgot how bad the old instructions are. So, as a recap, during the Horus Heresy, the Mars pattern, or the 40k versions of the Rhino, were around. However, lore-wise, they are inferior to the Deimos pattern variants, as the Deimos pattern variants have more advanced life support systems and filtration systems. So you can use all of your 40k vehicles well, assuming that they have a version in the Horus Heresy in the Horus Heresy. There we go. I haven't been drinking. Just in case you're wondering by me messing up my words so badly. Okay, so, right, let's start putting this tank together. So you're not putting the top of the mech on a big booty tank body. I'm going to cry now. I've been watching a guy play the the BattleTech video game recently, and in that there is a tank which is called the Urban Tank, which is the upper body of the Urban mech with the lower chassis of a tank, and I think it would actually be quite funny to build and use for games of BattleTech. So you'll get your wish, Jimmy. Just not today. As whilst it's fun to tease people, I don't actually condone scamming, and I do want this channel and my content to be relatively useful to people. And Wolf says, what's your thoughts on Sakaran? I glanced over rules and I couldn't see its benefit over other choices. To be honest, I haven't really looked at the rules for it. I'm not really the kind of person who looks at the units rules before I buy. If I want something because it looks cool, I'll buy it and then find a way to make it work. Whilst I know that hasn't exactly been the case for the Death Guard, which the Vindicator's going in, with some of the other units which are going into the Death Guard army. That's because the Death Guard army I've been working on for you guys is, well, yeah, for you guys, and so I know a lot of people here in chat like their Death Guard. So I thought it'd be a good idea if I, joined them on their adventures on building Death Guard so I can, make better content for you guys. But generally speaking, I normally just run whatever I want because I think it looks cool. And I've always loved the Sakaran since it first came out years ago from Forge World. So I bought one. And once we get on to the Sakaran build, which we will, because yeah, whilst it is funny to just say I bought it to throw it away, yeah, I do really like the Sakaran, and it is one of my favourite tanks, and it will be going into my Emperor's Children army, not the Death Guard army. So once we get to that point where we're looking at the rules for it, we will discuss my opinions on it and how I'd recommend building it and how I'll end up building it as well, although I've got a sneaky feeling it will probably have something to do with magnets. And that's a question. Are you guys familiar with how to build rhinos? Or do you need, or would you guys enjoy me explaining through the process of how I put together rhinos? I am quite happy to just crack on building this, and we can just talk and hang out in chat. Yeah, if you guys aren't familiar with how rhinos go together and want some guidance, then yeah, I'm more than happy to run through how you put it all together. I think the last time I actually built a rhino chassis was for a Forge World Predator. And Duo says using magnets. Might need a certain tool for that. Absolutely. There's just one tool which makes using magnets really easy and convenient, and yeah. What about Razorback weapon options? They look like a pain in the backside. They're not too difficult. But this being a Vindicator doesn't have those options, but they aren't actually too difficult. You don't really need to worry about them too much. You just have to be very careful to make sure you get the glue in the right places, which is easy if you've got the correct tools for a job, like this extra thin glue. It makes working on parts which need to be able to move really easy. So I guess my first tip, if you're building a rhino, is to well, don't put the glue onto the tracks because it's likely to pull and could cause some visible marks on the tracks. I always put the glue onto the wheels, as that's the only point it's going to contact, and you don't get any unnecessary glue. Although this is going to be a Death Guard vehicle, that's not going to matter too much because we will be putting a lot of grime and stuff all over this vehicle. How do tanks fare in The Emperor's Children? Doesn't really seem like their thing. Well, this is the part to The Emperor's Children that people forget, is they actually have, as part of their Legion trait, extra rules designed for using vehicles. So the first part of the Legion trait is that you get +1 initiative on the charge, and that applies after all other modifiers are made, which is very strong for melee armies. There's also a second part, which gives you buffs to your defensive weapons. Defensive weapons being anything that's under strength 6 and not a centerline weapon, meaning that sponsons and heavy bolters and stuff like that all get buffs as part of the Emperor's Children. And Wolf says, good tips, thanks, I hate glue overspill, I'll be back. Gotta take the doggo out quickly, no worries. I hope you mean for a walk. Assassinate, obviously. The doggo pooped on the lawn one too many times. And I'm going to, Dogo says, I'm going to blue tack the left arm of the Contemptor and see if I can get the pose I want for the Power Club before gluing the claws in themselves. Yeah, that's a good idea. Especially if you are going to be committing to it and not magnetizing, then yeah, that's a good idea. That part. And some of you may have noticed by now that I haven't exactly been tidying the sprue marks on the vehicle that much as I've been going. And don't worry, I haven't gone mad. We'll get onto that in a little bit. Right now we just need to put together the vehicle. So, with putting together the sides of the hull, it's probably a good idea that you put the glue onto the connecting points. Actually, that's a point. I don't actually know how I've got raids set up on my channel. I really should just get it set up so everyone can raid. Gets me watching stuff I hadn't actually been subscribed to his channel. That's awkward. Yeah, and of course, Ginger Steve is the is one of the top donators on his stream. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, that'd be cool. As he not trying to fish your attention. I quite like the small growth we've got so far, but raids are obviously something I'd welcome. Right, so there's the bottom one, and so what I'd probably recommend doing is, again, put glue on the wheels, rather than onto the tracks, to avoid the tracks getting damaged. So make sure the chassis is actually gluing together properly. And yeah, then push the hull on. And another important thing when putting together a rhino is remember that the tail end of the tracks, these ones L1 and L7, they disappear into the hull, so you don't need to worry about them. And oh boy, hey guys. Hey everyone, welcome in. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day. Thanks for the raid, Liam. Really means a lot. And yeah, we are building a Vindicator. It's the one from 40k, but we are building it for the Horus Heresy. And so we're going to make some slight changes to how the kit goes together in order to make it a bit more suitable for Horus Heresy. And yeah, thanks for crashing on in, everyone. Hopefully you had a lovely evening over on Liam's stream, and you'll enjoy it over here as well. And wow, we're going to have a lot of subscription noises, aren't we? So yeah, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy the show, hope you enjoy the music, and yeah, we're just having a very nice chill evening. So if you want to hang around, I'd be honoured. If not, then I understand. And yeah, so I'm Tuppy. Most of you guys will probably know me from Chapter Master Varroc's community. And yeah, I do a lot of Horus Heresy related streams and hobbying content, and yeah, also working on some YouTube videos. It's been going a bit slow with YouTube videos, but yeah, I'm working on guides and tutorials on like how to get into Horus Heresy. And yeah, assembling a tank is an instant win in my book. I'm glad to hear it, Kirov. And yeah, I should have said hi to you the other day at a meetup in Manchester, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. And hey, Ginger. Hope you all are having a wonderful time, and thank you so much for all of your subscriptions, lads and lasses. And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of names I remember, and I hope you guys enjoy hanging out with me for the evening. And yeah, Liam, if you're watching, thank you so much for the raid. It really means a lot. And yeah. What was Liam doing on his stream then? I wasn't able to really hang out much and see much of it, so hopefully you guys are all having fun over there. And it's going to be a bit difficult for me to keep up with chat with so many of you wonderful people here. And sorry, this is going to sound like some awful shilling, but if you want to you know, talk with me a bit more, and you want some an easier time talking, then I do stream over to Twitch as well. I stream to both platforms, and if you want to head over to Twitch, if that's your preferred platform, or you just, you know, want to hang out in a more quiet spot, then you can put ! Twitch into chat, and it'll give you a link to go over there as well if you want to. Obviously there's no pressure to. And yeah. Let's see what's going on here in chat. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. I'm sorry the noise is going to go on for a little while here, it seems. Yeah. Ginger Steve says, I'm not joining your OnlyFans. I think I'm relatively far away from having to sell out like that, so yeah. Yeah, thanks again, Liam, for raiding, and yeah, I hope your stream went well. But yeah, for obvious reasons, I can't hear or see your stream at the moment because I'm working on my own and this Vindicator. Yeah, this is a very nice surprise. I wasn't really expecting that. Yeah, I was saying to chat before you guys hopped in, the 40k vehicles, all of the ones based on rhinos, are fully usable in the Horus Heresy, as the Mars pattern rhino, which is what this is, was around during then. And yeah, to prove a point, what we're doing is we're building a Vindicator in order to, you know, demonstrate how you could, if you're building from scratch, or if you've got some existing Heresy models, sorry, 40k models, how you get them sorted and ready for the Heresy. And Dave says, so how are you doing, Tuppy? What's your main armies? So my main armies are Emperor's Children and Imperial Knights, although I have a large Imperial army force. And at the moment for the channel, and because so many of the guys who regularly watch my content enjoy them, I'm working on a Death Guard army, which is what this Vindicator will be going into. And I think you guys have actually broken my chat here, which is a nice problem to have. You know, I'm just gonna have to check something. Let's see if you guys have broken it. Hopefully not. I think I've worked it out. Okay. And yeah, they really need to update this kit. It is getting on a bit, and I think the Deimos pattern kit might actually be the end of these Mars pattern ones. I can't see these lasting much longer. But until then, we can celebrate them and love them for what they are. As they deserve. Really. You pop in chat. 130. Have we? Wow. 136 subs. Wow. Okay. It's grown just a little. Last time I checked, we were around the 70 mark, so it's almost doubled since I last checked, which is really impressive. To be honest, I've been focusing a bit more on the Twitch side of things at the moment because, you know, this is just a small scale thing at the moment for me, and I'm still trying to build up. And to be honest, Twitch is a bit easier for that, so I've been paying more attention to Twitch analytics than YouTube ones. But yeah, and tomorrow is going to be a very big day, and I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully it will coincide with my Twitch affiliation, with the way things are going as well, and we'll be having a big celebration of that very soon. And yeah, I have some very big things to build tomorrow, and if you guys are interested in seeing things of a very large stature being built, then tomorrow will be a stream you'll probably enjoy, especially if you like working with resin or like watching people suffer. So what said Liam said unsub because you're a part of Varek's community. I mean, you can if you want, but my counterpoint there is someone needs to look after Valrak and make sure he doesn't scam everyone into the ground. And as my regulars will tell you, I do not scam people. I'm very against scams, and yeah, I always keep to my word. As well, a bunch of you are now aware, for streams in which my face cam is on, for the next, well, 12 streams, I'm going to have to wear cat ears, and that number goes up every single time someone donates via Ko-fi. Shameless plugging, I know, but yeah. Oh yeah, and as Hamish is doing in chat, I do have Nightbot command set up, so if you want to join my Discord community, it's !Discord. I do have a Patreon as well if you want to join up with that. Obviously, I know a bunch of you guys are new and probably haven't seen anything worth subscribing for just yet, but yeah, there's that. So yeah, how have your evenings been? Chat's settled down a little here. And how do we donate? Well, it's, yeah, if you put !Ko-fi in chat, or if you follow the link in the little orange bubble in the bottom, which is Ko-fi ko-fi.com/Tuppy. You can also donate there. I do have a forfeit stream to deal with at some point, in which I have to wear Napoleon's hat for a stream, which will be interesting. I think I'm probably going to tie that into a stream of me playing Napoleon Total War, as that's another thing we've been doing on the channel recently, is messing around in that game. So if you're interested in more historical Total Wars and stuff, there's other stuff we'll do. And yeah, hopefully for those guys who have subscribed, it'll be worth your time. I stream basically daily. And yeah, cool. So just making sure I was putting the correct parts in the correct places. I was saying to chat earlier, I haven't actually built one of these Mars pattern rhinos in a really long time. The last one I built was, well, the lower half for a Forge World Predator tank for the last edition of the game. And yeah, no, it's something I was going to ask my chat today, is what other things do you want to put me through? And that's good, because yeah, as on Napoleon Total War, I've been playing through a the Peninsular campaign as for British, because so many people here love. Shush overboard. Because yeah, so many people love Shark. We thought it'd be a fun idea to do a Peninsular campaign as the British. And yeah, as this vehicle is not going to be ever seen inside because it doesn't have any transport capacity, what we're going to do is weaponize the base of these stools, and I'm just going to glue them down as well to give us a bit more support on putting this together. So I'm just going to brush the glue along. Be careful everyone, Tuppy built has a different name on Twitch called Tuppy Scams. I just realised something. I haven't put the door in. God damn it. You guys are distracting. There's me talking about reinforcing it and I haven't even... cut out and put the door in place. The chivalry is strong in this one, but it's for content and personality that pulls me back. Aww. And hey, look, I'm very new to this, and you know, I've learnt from people. And Ernesto says, I read a book on the Siege of Gibraltar. It was the longest siege in British history. Elliot is a forgotten legend. And Fennec says, a man will crown himself before God. I have crowned myself. God, I have crowned myself emperor. Amy says, it's now ruined, bin it and start again. So do I have to put it in a bin like the Sakaran tank? Thankfully, plastic glue doesn't stick together too well immediately, so we can just shove it back in place. Like so. Jamie says, throw it and start the mech tank hybrid lol. Oh god, that's something I'm going to have to explain to the new guys. So at the beginning of the stream I was joking about Battletech and the Vindicator mech, rather than the Vindicator tank in 40k, just to wind some people up. And now people want me to build a Franken hybrid of the two vehicles. And PT13 Painting says, come back to join you after Liam Dempsey's stream. Do a little build along. Seems like a super chill vibes in here. Yeah, thanks. And that's really what I'm going for. And over on Twitch, Wolf says, I wish other genres made minis as good as Warhammer. Does like Napoleonic miniatures, unless I'm missing something. Yes. Warlord, yeah, it is Warlord, isn't it? Warlord Miniatures. They do a bunch of games that play quite similarly to older editions of 40k. And one of those games is called Bolt Action, and they do a full range of 28mm plastic miniatures. Right, need to slide the panel in. And Sadoka14 says, so they want you to build a Khorne destroyer. Basically, thinking about it, yes. And Barak said, did I miss the explanation for streams a cat is? Probably yes. So a running joke and gag we have on the channel is the fact that Hamish or Looper Cat has been incredibly supportive and helpful, and as a joke in one of the donation goals I had to raise the equipment to, you know, do this, I said that if we reached the goal during the stream, that I'd wear cat ears. And strangely enough, that worked really well as motivation. And yeah, I am now have to wear cat ears for every, well, for one stream more for every time someone donates to me via Ko-fi. Because people really like me wearing my cat ears, and I'm not particularly a fan of doing it. So it's a way you guys get something back out of it. Although some people recently have said that they're not too much of a fan of me wearing cat ears. So what I'll probably start doing soonish is saying that if you donate, you get a choice to add it to a tally or not. And Overboard says, oh no, this is a Battletech channel, first scam. It's rarely a Battletech channel. And Connor says, well, my Contemptor Brute now has a part of me. Well, I guess blood for blood god, right, Connor? And what glue are you using? So the magic source to building miniatures is, to me, extra thin cement. This stuff is just so essential for building. I genuinely don't know how I was doing without it. And yeah, Liam just spelled it out in chat, so if you want to copy and paste that into Amazon, wherever you buy your minis from, you can. And yeah, thanks again, Liam, for raiding. It really means a lot, and you have actually beat Varak to that, by the way. So yeah. Whilst I may come from Varak's community, you've done so much more to support me than he has so far. And Ginger Steve says, so mate, are you basically being Big Red but from Wales? I'm not from Wales. So, no. And I didn't flee Games Workshop altogether. I just sidestepped over to Horus Heresy instead, as Horus Heresy has been one of my main loves and obsessions when it comes to wargaming for a very long time. Hollowed Destruction on Twitch says Death Guard cat ears. Oh god, what would they even look like? And it says I can't take another Battletech. First Bearabus and now Lord Tuppy. At least I can count on the greatest sons of Dawn to never turn to Battletech. And yeah, Liam says, no worries, man. Thank poor Master Hamish Lupercat. He suggested the stream. Yeah, I owe a lot when it comes to streaming to Hamish. He is truly an MVP. And yeah, Hamish was right, but you really have made my night. I was already really looking forward to streaming today and working on this. And yeah, it has honestly really made my evening. And I feel like I'm getting a bit distracted here now. Sanguini says, new to a channel, mate, loving the chill vibes. What legion are you doing for Horus Heresy? So, this Vindicator is part of a channel-focused army of Death Guard. As a lot of the people in my community enjoy Death Guard and play Death Guard or want to play Death Guard, I thought it'd be a good idea to focus my channel, my content for a short while around the Death Guard. So we've been putting together some fun models, again from 40k, so we worked on this guy on stream, converting the Apothecary into a console for the Heresy. So this guy's going to be my Siege Breaker. And we also put together a Praetor model, with him actually wielding a scythe, as if he was going to use it, which was a lot of fun as well. We do all of this on stream, and yeah, it's a really chill thing. We listen to synthwave music or more electronic industrial music, kind of like what we're listening to at the moment, and yeah, we build stuff. Yeah, but my main army overall is the Emperor's Children, which a lot of you guys will probably recognise as being the Emperor's Children I used to beat Chapter Master Varrock in a game of Horus Heresy with. And yeah. And Kayetsu said, over 50 subs in like 10 minutes, that's madness. Yeah, that is insane. And yeah, for all of you guys who have subscribed and are hanging around more and staying around, thank you so much. And obviously if you're heading off to sleep like Painter's Boffy is, then that's fine as well. I don't expect anyone to hang around, but if you do, welcome on board, and I really hope you enjoy my streams and my content. And yeah, I promise I'll put some more videos up. That was like the main goal and plan, was to do videos, but yeah, that kind of fell to the wayside a little. But I will be working on more videos soon. Almost finished the script for my video on opinions on how you should get into the Heresy. Spoilers, it does involve reading. But I think everyone who's interested in the Horus Heresy should probably find it at least worthwhile. And yeah, Hamish coming in as the AI representation of Varrock with Lies Deception. It doesn't count because it was a practice game. Yeah. There's like even his excuse of Dawn had more wounds than Fulgrim at the end of it, so therefore he wins, doesn't even hold water, because we completely forgot that Dreadnoughts do 3 wounds every time they wound. So Dawn should have actually died to Filthy Green Name's Dreadnought, which would have been really amusing if we actually remembered the rules properly. But yeah, we were generous to Varrock. And hey Bloker, hopefully you're having a lovely evening as well. And he says, I've been lurking, watching, listening. Do you have any old known oil left? Give it to me. Do I have any old known oil left? Well, let us have a look. Well, I have some old Agrax Earthshade. I can't do for rules. It's so much. Yeah, it's a bit different to 40k, but they have in the new edition streamlined it quite a bit. and I think it has improved. Oh, there's some more old Agrex Earthshade. Oh, a barely used pot of Nuln Oil. I actually have that. Oh, I even have some of the old Bale Tan Green as well. I really need to go through my old washes. And, some Draken Nightshade. Yeah, I have a bunch of the old washes. To be honest, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with them because... Oh, there we go. There's a fresh pot of Nuln Oil which I haven't opened yet. Okay, I'll stop teasing. Like says, I'll swap you a bag of fish and chips for that old bottle of Nuln. Ooh, that is tempting. Where are you from, anyway? And Herm said, I'm very happy to see all that has transpired in these few minutes. You deserve it. You're going to keep killing it. Thanks. And reward, how much for Lamenter's Glaze? Unfortunately, I don't have any Lamenter's Glaze. Well, yeah, until very recently when my partner got into playing Imperial Fists, this house was an Imperial Fist free area. But they decided for the Horus Heresy game that the Imperial Fist suited their playstyle a bit more because they play Tau. Make of that what you will. Oh right, yeah, no, of course you are. And my condolences, Bloker. So, I think the question was asked earlier, whereabouts am I from? And I am from Cornwall, so the very southwest of the country. And no one has Lamenter's Glaze because Varrock stole it. Yeah, pretty much. And Grant Ballantyne, hey there. It's always nice seeing new faces. And yeah, I suppose like to a degree you'd probably actually benefit from my videos as well because yeah, it's one of the most important things I think that people miss about the Horus Heresy. Which I feel is becoming more and more of a divider between Horus Heresy and 40k, is just how narrative driven the Heresy is compared to 40k these days. And the most important thing about the Horus Heresy is making sure your army is both fun and cool, and made of cool things you enjoy. It also tells a story, and yeah. I think that's a very important thing which is really undervalued these days when it comes to wargaming. Wait, Hollow, what am I meant to be drinking? And DB says, you can't be a true blood Cornish, you don't have 6 fingers on one hand. That's Somerset. And yeah, Liam actually gets it right. Jam first because the jam is easier to spread and get more consistently. It's also a sweet thing which adds the most flavour to the the scone. And I say scone, not scone. We should also get that out of the way first. And then yeah, the cream is a nice addition to the scone, so yeah, jam first then cream, because also think about it logically. If you can easily spread the jam with your knife, and all you need to do is then take a spoonful of cream and put it onto your scone. As yeah, no one wants random amounts of jam throughout their scone. That just is unpleasant, and yeah, we won't go into too many details about my own personal life and dramas, but I'm not a huge fan of incredibly sweet things. So I need to make sure that the jam on my scones is actually quite consistent. And yeah, no worries, Grant. I think most people here are, and welcome on board. I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, sorry it's scone. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't mind what way you say it around. Say scone or scone. As long as you recognise that jam first is the correct way of doing it. And Hollow over on Twitch is suggesting that I drink the Agrax Known instead of giving it to Bloka. Does no one else put jam on one side and cream on the other? Yeah, but then you're only having half the scone. If you have the scone, you cut it in half, right? You spread jam on both sides, then you put cream on top, and you get 2 lots rather than just one sandwich. Go on, efficiency, maximize the amount of nice things. Not to say scones aren't nice, but yeah, come on. You need to be more efficient. And I have interest in building and scone advice, S tier content. Well, I think I've peaked here with scones. Well, discussions about scones and building tanks. And scones, what about Vindaloo? Curries are nice, I guess. And I have realised I did kind of jump the gun on the instructions, so let's turn the page over. Ooh, red or brown sauce? These are important questions. Yeah, but that is a good and important question, yeah. Normally I'm going to have to say I'm boring and I like ketchup. And it kind of says, alright, I'm probably going to let Discord name all soldiers in my first box set. Yeah, that's a fun idea, Connor. And stick sides go like a filthy heretic, no. And Bloke says, I will drive all the way to Corner for that full bottle of Known. Have you developed electric vehicle points down there? Yeah? Yes. Where I live there is plenty of electrification, don't worry. And I'm a curry person. Yeah, I quite like curries. Although I make my own curries normally. I have no clue what the different types are like, to be perfectly honest. My family just makes curry a certain way and I just copy it. And I enjoy it that way. Curry sauce that you put on chips is also nice as well. God, I'm probably pushing away more viewers than I'm keeping here, aren't I? And yeah, I don't have ketchup with everything. There are certain things in which ketchup belongs with, and others where it doesn't. And I like that, Hamish. Like, I couldn't be judge, I only practice poor and not law. See, I'm going to say something which really isn't belonging of someone from Devon or Cornwall. And say I actually really like gravy and cheese in my chips. So I guess the Canadian way. Tabasco on cheese oatcakes is heretical, but you heathens wouldn't know. Wait, what? Cheese oatcakes? I'm not even sure I know what those are. Let alone why you'd put Tabasco on it. And I really like spicy food, which is another reason why I don't necessarily put too much attention into what's in and yeah, that's why I don't care too much about what's in a curry or what type of curry it is. As long as it's spicy, then I'll enjoy it. It's basically how it works. And Grant says, if it's a sausage sandwich, then ketchup. If it's bacon, then it has to be brown. Yeah, I can agree with that. Though, because I mostly cook for myself rather than going out, I normally have a bacon and sausage sandwich with a fried egg or something on it as well, and really just, well, pig out on it to a degree. So I put whatever I want on. Sanguinius. Jesus Christ, gravy and cheesy savage. Yeah, it's poutine, right? A Canadian thing, basically. Brown sauce supremacy. Yeah, brown sauce is nice, but yeah. I find that I just personally prefer ketchup with most things rather than brown sauce for things that it deserves to be with. And oh boy, we're having a lot of arguments here. And Hollow over on Twitch says Death Guard stream of eating California Reapers when. Wow. Well, that's going to be one hell of a donation goal. I would be interested in trying it just to see how much I'd suffer. But yeah, currently it won't happen. Let's put these side panels on. I'll just notice it glues. Oh, that's clever. Why isn't mustard called yellow sauce? I don't know. And daddies or HP? That's a difficult question. Simply because daddies doesn't really exist where I live. It's basically only HP, so I can't really give an opinion. And Amy says we need a less divisive discussion. Subject. Marmite. Love it or hate it. To be honest, I'm in the hate category. Although I am just one of those people who just doesn't like it. I don't particularly hate Marmite. I'm just not particularly interested in it. I definitely do not have a love for it. He says Marmite with peanut butter on toast. Trust me. And yeah, no, Bloker, I agree. God, there is some traitorous food combinations being discussed here. Yeah, absolutely. Although, in the defense of Marmite and peanut butter, I can see why people would enjoy it if they do like it. I personally don't like the idea. And Grant says, sorry for not sticking around longer. I need some sleep. Awesome channel. Good night. And yeah, good night. Hope you have a wonderful night and you sleep well. I will be streaming for quite a lot of the day tomorrow, as we have a very big project to work on. And Sanguinius says, less divisive discussion. Was Magnus wrong? Yes, and I can say that with absolute confidence because he admitted it. And Gosu is back on Twitch, and he says, alrighty, I'm back. Time to build some cataphracti termies. Welcome back. So not sure if you were here, but we got raided by the lovely Liam Dempsey over on YouTube, so we've had a massive influx of people over there. Which has been really nice, and we've had a flood of some really lovely people coming in. And Anonymous said red world eaters or blue and white. I think blue and white is my personal preference, but then again, as I mentioned, I prefer heresy stuff. And what's tomorrow? You doing Death Guard? No. We'll be working on something a little bit bigger than anything that you could take in a Death Guard army, to say. And I will keep teasing it because, hey, there's one way to draw views, it's by teasing. And yeah, if you do want to hang about and see what I get up to tomorrow and get any notifications of when I'm live and stuff, then the best place to do it is to be on the Discord server. So for those who may have missed it earlier, it's !Discord in chat. And Connor says, is it a Knight of House Blackstone? Well, maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. And PT13 Painting says, my track record of dropping bits is getting worse, made even worse by Tuppy not dropping anything. Well, does a dropping the ball and not being prepared for a stream, well, a raid count? Because part of me feels like I did fumble that, and well, I did mess up. I did, you know, I forgot to put the door in, so I messed up there as well. So don't worry too much. And I said, you are painting 40k Tau, aren't you? I knew it. No. Although I did play Tau from 5th edition all the way through to 8th edition as one of my main armies in 40k. The main reason why I stopped is around the beginning of 8th edition, my partner decided to start playing Warhammer, and they decided that they wanted to play Tau. So they took over my army, and yeah, I've been playing other armies since. Look, I like big stompy robots, as demonstrated by having a giant statue of a Battletech mech. So Jimmy says, have we gone back to a nerd stream? I have another food question. Go on, what's your food question? I think we can enjoy food questions. Oh, okay. Look, if there's one thing I like more than medieval knights, it's big stompy robots. Okay? Although, I suppose I should actually clarify. Mechs. Big stompy robots that happen to be piloted by a fully functional human. I know it gets oddly specific, but it's still quite a broad category. And yeah, mechs are awesome. Just the idea of piloting a giant robot and you know, fighting it, it's just really cool. Here's a question for top 5 sexiest guardsmen in 40k in the Forest Heresy. Okay, so the question has changed a little and evolved. And Bloka says, okay, if you had to pilot one mech in real combat, what would you choose? My heart says the Vindicator, and this mech here. I love the Vindicator. It's a really cool mech, and it's only out because, you know, I was teasing chat earlier about, you know, building a Vindicator on stream, so I got the Vindicator out. But honestly, for like practicality, and I know Bearabus or Big Red 40k, however you know him, will probably have an aneurysm over this answer. But I think my mech of choice, if I could choose any, regardless of if it's canon or not, as long as it exists as a fictional mech, I'd probably have to say the Phoenix Hawk Lamb, which is a mech from Battletech which can turn into a jet fighter. That would probably be my combat mech of choice if I could pilot any in real life. And yeah, well, Laser Hunchback, yeah, that's a good choice. I do quite like the Hunchback, although I think the 4SP is probably my variant of choice because I really like SRMs. Sorry if this is getting too Battletech for you 40k and Warhammer players, but yeah, I do really enjoy Battletech, and occasionally on this channel and live streams you will see me doing Battletech stuff. But the vast majority of my content is Horus Heresy focused. But occasionally I will just do a stream in which I play MechWarrior Online or some of the other video games. Sounds like Megatron. Yeah, well, yeah. It all kind of stems from the same kind of animes. I don't think Optimus Prime's counts because you don't really pilot him. He is his own self-conscious thing, isn't he? Right. Next part of this tank. PT13 says, Gundam Death Scythe was the coolest thing when I was a kid. Haven't thought about that for years. Yeah, it's strange what just random conversations will make you remember. So yeah, how's everyone's evenings been? Are you up to much hobbying, if you are hobbying at all? And Loka asks, what legion is this tank joining? This is joining the Death Guard. As I feel like, especially with like the lore implications of the 40k tanks being inferior to the Horus Heresy versions, and this being a siege vehicle, it kind of fits the kind of mentality and attitude the Death Guard have a lot more than the Emperor's Children do. So this, yeah. And a lot of people in chat wanted to see me do a very weathered up and dirtied tank for a painting tutorial. And yeah, Death Guard provide that option. As you can probably see from my desk, I do use a lot of oils and weathering powders and stuff, so a lot of people are interested in seeing how they all work. That's what I'll be doing. Let's glue this down. Technically you can ride in inside of his truck, true. And Anonymous says, well, I got a bounce, so take care and we'll see you all later, and thanks for the entertainment, Tuppy. No worries, Anonymous. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream. Well, I mean, you said it's entertaining, so hopefully in a good way. And yeah. Yeah, catch you later. And Wolf over on Twitch said, done with hobbying tonight, Rings of Power and Tuppy stream now. Awesome. I'm still trying to work out whether or not I'm going to watch Rings of Power. Most people who I trust the opinions of, and not just reviewers, said it's entertaining, although some have questions about the canonicity of it, but at the same time, I feel like we need to, as a fandom of The Lord of the Rings, come to terms with the fact that not every single thing has to be completely faithful to the source material. and if they did, we wouldn't always get the best stuff. I know that's a controversial opinion, but we're also all Warhammer fans, and the lore for Warhammer has changed many, many times. And I think most people would agree, generally speaking, that the lore has got better with each revision and change. Even if I do have my own opinions that certain aspects were better before they are now. No, that's probably a controversial thing to say, especially around new viewers. But hey, I'll stand by it. And Vanessa says, I'm playing Total War Warhammer 3 while listening to you. I'm playing a Bretonnia campaign because I also love Medieval Knights. Awesome. Jimmy says he spilt Scarlet and Known Oil. Ruining the Death Watch again. Oof. Hobby-wise, I'm painting my Chaos Knight army box I bought a bit ago. Cool. And Hamish says, how's the campaign going? I only played one run through as Norska in Immortal Empire so far. A bit of a steamroller. Yeah, I can probably imagine it is. And Luke says, I'm still lead belching my 40k minis, 19 left to go, it's taking time, then got to start on the golden studs. Good luck. And batch painting this army marine takes time, but at least they all finish at the same time. Yeah, I normally, if I have large amounts of models to do, I'll try and batch paint them. And Hamish says, I don't mind Rings of Power Show, I'm trying not to compare it to the films as they were so good, especially for the time. Yeah, and whilst everyone loves to do comparisons, I think a good example of this and why we need to think about you know, drawing comparisons and stuff between the books and materials, like, well, what they're doing with Game of Thrones at the moment, right? Whilst it's still based on a book, which is a history book, they've managed to turn that history book about Game of Thrones setting into a really interesting and fun TV series so far. And this says, the Corone campaign feels better. You are actually fighting orcs, undead, and chaos instead of Marienburg at the start. Well, that's good. So, yeah, for those of you guys who are new to this, to my channel and to me and my opinions, my favourite dukedom in Bretonnia is Bordello. And Alberic, from even before the Total War games, was a duke which I really enjoyed, and I absolutely love his lore. And it's a shame not too much of it is really represented in the game, especially now in Immortal Empires, where he starts off in the New World. And Hextread over on Twitch says, how are we all going? It's going good. Yeah, we had a massive raid by Liam Dempsey on YouTube. It's brought in a bunch of people over there, and a lot of them are still hanging out and enjoying the company we all give, which is really nice to see. And yeah, the Vindicator, the 40k tank, not the battle mech, is going together really well, and I think we're all having a nice chill time. Hopefully you're having a good day, and see Hollow's asked that question as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the things I really like about Bretonnia in the Total War games is their unique mechanics. Like trying to keep the blessings of the lady, and the peasant economy. I think that's a fun aspect which helps make the game feel a little bit more like some of the older games, where you had to worry about how many people you recruited into your armies, which is a nice thing which I like as someone who plays the older Total Wars a lot more. And Wolf says, you going to play any Total War Warhammer 3 at any point? Yes. Although I do need to upgrade my computer at some point. And yeah, we're getting there. But yeah, I do definitely want to be doing some video game Let's Plays and stuff at some point, as well as these chill hobby streams, especially with Bretonia. If you go back through the VODs on my YouTube channel, you'll see that I did an entire stream talking about heraldries and how they tie into 40k, well 30k heresy, and how the Bretonians use real-world logic for how the heraldries are put together. And Hamish says, so Tuppy builds near enough an entire tank already, meanwhile I have assembled 6 Contemptor weapons. I blame the beer for slowing me down. Yeah, there is an advantage to staying sober whilst building minis. And what are you going to do to make it more 30k-ish? More cannon to a back, like a precursor to Plague Burst Crawler? Well, the precursor to a Plague Burst Crawler is the Arcta Bombard, not the Vindicator. What we'll be doing, to put it simply, is we'll be making use of a 30k weapons vehicle upgrade sprue. So, you know, a thing that has like the Volkite and the Combi Bolters and Mark II Marine on. We'll be using this, and we'll be shaving and just making some minor edits to this. As the Mars pattern, the 40k style rhinos were around during the Horus Heresy. And I feel like that's an important thing a lot of people gloss over with trying to make 30k stuff. And Wolf says, I'm shocked Total War Warhammer 3 is so tough on your PCs. I thought it would pale in comparison to COD or Battlefield. Yeah, well, so you have to think about it, right? All of the actions, all the thoughts, all the process you put into making the decisions for your army, Total War has to put in for every army simultaneously, right? That's a lot of things that need to happen, and a lot of things that need to be changed and so on. So that's a lot of computing power that needs to happen there. Then also at the same time, when you're rendering for full real scale battles, hold on a second. Oh, I need to just grab something to just highlight what I'm talking about. So this model here, of the Green Knight, which I painted a while back, this is a 3D print of the model of the Green Knight from the Total War games. All the guy did to turn it into a 3D print file is basically just tidy up and turn it into a solid material. And yeah, it's fantastic. It's so incredibly detailed. Like, there is, you can see the chain. Oh, there you go. You can see chainmail here if the camera will focus, and you can see all the complex textures from all of the what are they called? Polygons that make up the model, and it makes for an excellent model on the tabletop. And but you know, this is just one model. An army in a Total War can easily have thousands of people in it, and with every single model being rendered to that detail and that quality, that's where the processing powers goes. Because not only do you have to render the individual models, the computer has to calculate, you know, what all of those models are doing. How are you going to be using those things and all sorts of stuff. So it's a very taxing game, a lot more so than a first-person shooter would be. I just lost my clippers. That's awkward. And yeah, so yeah, you can rip files from games. You shouldn't. That's being naughty, but yeah, they are 3D files, and if you know how, you can potentially turn those 3D files into something that can be printable, and there are people out there who do it. For the sake of my own channel and for the sake of their content, I'm not going to advertise where I got that file from to print. But yeah, it's possible, and it is a thing that you can do. Well, and again, whilst I don't recommend it, and I think that buying the models when available is something you should always do, yeah, it is possible. And Sanguinius says, have to go, lads, have a good night. Have a good night too, Sanguinius, and thanks for stopping by and watching the stream with everyone. And I hope you found my stream entertaining. How does that go on? Yeah, it's 3D real estate, yeah, exactly. This is a real pain, isn't it? It's popped out again. God, this is obnoxious, isn't it? There we go. No, come on. Go in place. And Jimmy says, is there any differences between Iron Hand, Silver, and Lead Belcher Peeps? Sorry for the dumb question. I'm going to assume yes, because Games Workshop has decided they're two distinct paints. I know that's a lazy answer and way out of that question, but to be honest, I don't know. But I'd imagine so, because Games Workshop, even if the paints are very similar, they do always make a pretty good job of making them distinct enough to be worth buying two different ones. That's how that goes on. Oh, I should build for it. God, you guys really have fried my brain. I'm almost as slow as Hamish now. God, right, let's try and follow the instructions and build this properly. Now we need the gun mantlet, which is these two parts here. And okay, so Hextread said there is a difference, but it's not noticeable enough to worry about. And Balrog says Iron Hands is brighter. Oh, there you go. When it comes to metallics, broadly speaking, I'm not too familiar and up to date with how the various Games Workshop ones look, as I use some other companies' metallics. The main one which I've been really enjoying recently is Vallejo Metal Colour. Unfortunately this bottle got hit by the airbrush because I forgot to take out the line of fire. And I also like Scale Colours Metal and Alchemy. This is what I use to brush paint metals on. And Scale Colour is what I use for airbrushing. Sorry, for Metal Colour, airbrushing, Metal and Alchemy for brush painting. Although I do also use paints by Darkstar Minis. I find their metallics are very, very good as well. And Gosu over on Twitch says, I'm going to head out and grab some sandpaper real quick. Be right back, no worries. And Hamish says, Looper Cat says, rude. I'll have you know, I graduated top of my class in cat college. Was that the college? Well, was that a class in sitting around doing nothing all day, basking in the sun whilst the humans do everything class? Because it certainly wasn't building Warhammer in a timely manner, was it? Need weird rod and the dam. Oh, there we go. These parts. And DB says, that's out of order. My cat doesn't have opposable thumbs. Sorry, the cat doesn't have opposable thumbs. True. And Jimmy says, that's what goes on my shoulder pads with a blue wash. And guns get lead belcher. Goes for no so cheers, gents. I know the wash changes, but I've got them mixed up and I can never tell the difference. Yeah, so I personally think Varak is making a big thing out of nothing with the compound changes. As all they've done effectively is change from Lamian medium to contrast medium as the compound for making the wash, so it does a better job of recess shading rather than staining and pooling on the model surface. But that doesn't mean you can't use it in the same way that Varak normally uses it. You just have to, apply it as if it was contrast. And Doyle says, sorry, I was just talking to some friends, feel much more confident about Contemptor now. Excellent. And yeah, Doyle, remember, I've done streams talking about the building Contemptors and stuff, so if you ever feel stuck or confused, then you can always check those out, or if I'm streaming like I am now, then you can always ask me questions as well, and I'm always more than willing to help and answer. And Hex says, I'm in the middle of swapping out all of my GW paints for brands that have dropper bottles right off the bat. Yeah. Probably a good idea, especially if you find that you prefer dropper bottles, and yeah, switching to a paint manufacturer that does do dropper bottles is probably a good idea. I do a lot of my painting with an airbrush, so I also find that yeah, it helps. And yeah, I'm about to do something again controversial, lads, and that is I'm going to glue the gun in place on this Vindicator, because I don't really feel like it needs to be able to move, and I'm not happy with how much it does move when it does. And I'm just going to glue it in, painting directly forwards. Well, pointing directly forwards. Nice. Again, the angle we want it to be, so when it tries pointing the correct direction. Jerry says, I was with you building a Contemptor the other day. You built most of it, and I did the feet in one shin. Had to go out, gave up. Well, that's the wonderful thing about YouTube and, well, Twitch as well. Is you can always go back and watch the stream as well. So if you, feel like you are lost or confused, then you can always go back and watch the stream back. And what I might do at some point is start looking to edit down streams into guides, like summary guides as well. If you guys are interested in that, let me know and I'll try and focus on it. Coincidentally, the stream crashing yesterday actually made it significantly easy for me to do so, because we basically covered how to magnetize the Contemptor and then the stream crashed. So if I do want to go back and edit that and try out that kind of method, then yeah, would be a good start. And what sort of plastic glue are you using for that tank? I am using Tamiya Extra Thin Cement. It's just like basically my go-to glue. There's only certain situations where I'll swap out for regular plastic glue, as I just find the advantages of the extra thin glue is just, yeah, significantly outweighs regular glue. Although if you watch back my stream of building the plastic Contemptor kit, you will see there that I do use both types of glue. I even use some super glue at various points as well. Yeah, the thing I really like about the Tamiya glue, hopefully you guys can see this, is it evaporates real quick, but also runs into gaps really well. So you can actually paint it onto the surfaces where the gaps are. Like there's a gap here at the top of the hull, so we can just brush it in and it will evaporate quickly. And even though, you know, it did actually pull down there, you can see it when I shine the tank around, it won't actually have an effect on the hull, which is really nice. And yeah, it just helps bond the tank together really well and quite smoothly. And I suppose this actually raises a question for you lads in chat. Lads and ladies. I don't know if there are any ladies around or anyone else. Those in between or neither. How realistic do you want me to go with this? And Barrock says, cheers for the chill stream. I got one of my obliterators built. Bed is cooling though. See you next time. Yeah, see you next time, Barrock. Hope you sleep well, and I hope your model went together nicely. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing a lot of streaming. I'll be out in the morning, and then basically the rest of the day I'll be streaming and hobbying, and we'll have a really nice time, because, well, depending on how far you want me to go with this, guys, yeah, we'll probably finish this off in the morning, and then we'll spend the entire day working on a very big project that I'm very excited to start with. And Wolf says super realistic. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's another thing you guys may not know about me. I have mentioned it before, but before I got into Warhammer, and even whilst I've been interested in Warhammer, I've still been a scale modeler at heart, building historical minis and stuff. And it's why one of my main other war games outside of Warhammer, and actually more so than BattleTech, is Bolt Action, which is a World War II tabletop game, which plays very similar to Warhammer. Has a very fun turn mechanic, but yeah. I really enjoy that game as it gives me opportunity to make some really realistic and fun vehicles. So if you want to see me treat this model like a scale model, then I'm more than happy to, if you guys would be interested in seeing how that goes. I think a lot of people are bored at this point of oh no, that goes the other way around. Oops. There we go. Weird. But I'm just... these instructions are awful. So yeah, other than Wolf, anyone else have an opinion on making this more like a scale model or a wargaming piece, or how would you guys like to see me actually put this together? Because we're getting to a point where I need to start thinking and considering those sides of things. Hamish says load it up with all trimmings. Okay. Right, although Hamish, I think you may regret saying that because you're going to be introduced to the magnet on the stick's cousin. I do that. The real question there is, will I be able to actually show you how to put together a magnet on the stick's cousin on stream or not? Because actually I think it might actually, in some capacity, actually break with the terms of service of at least one of these platforms. So what we're going to do is we're not going to actually glue this down just yet. So we can actually paint the window underneath properly. And yeah, we're basically at a point where this vehicle is almost done to the heresy standards. Like if you wanted to, at this point, run this more like the Heresy version, without the big giant shield. Your next step would be to glue this plough on the front as well to mirror the Deimos pattern, and then we can start working on the hatches from this sprue as well. Speaking of which, I think we might be about to make one of our first changes to this kit. Now what we'll do for this one is we will do on the correct parts here. And Jimmy says, "Oh hell no, I've more money than sense. I had more money than sense and farmed them out. Obviously, wish I never did, lol." See, nowadays, especially with the plastic Heresy kits with weapons upgrades, the Forge World resin ones suddenly don't seem that bad a deal, to be honest. It's a good way to, if you have that extra money and you want to have that extra bit of flavour, the Forge World ones are suddenly a lot more justifiable because the cost of the weapons is down. And as we demonstrated yesterday, it's very easy to magnetize them as well. Just removing the mold line and the creases from this part, as you can tell it's an old Games Workshop model and that's going to cause some issues. Well, that's that part tidied up. Let's apply some glue. There we go. First try. Glorious. That in place, it's in there. Go. And what we'll do now is, if you guys do want to see me paint this a bit more realistically, we are actually going to deviate from the instructions a little. So we are now going to build the ram, well, the plough, because I think it's just such an important part of this kit, and I honestly really don't like that the Forge World version doesn't have a giant plough on the front of the Vindicator. I think it's a real shame, so for our version, we are going to have it. Jimmy says, as Razorlight once said, I'm off in a min, peeps, definitely not kipping on the settee tonight. Yeah, that's fair. I'm still surprised you actually committed to staying up the other night. Thanks for doing so, but yeah. Don't put yourself in a detrimental position just to hang around. I'm not egotistical enough to say I'm worth doing that. This Academy hadn't checked if it was still playing copyright-free music there for a moment. That would have been awkward. I'd quite like to be able to keep this one public, as it does kind of mark a very important chapter of this channel and this little project of mine with Liam's raid. And I'd hate to see this stream go down just because I wasn't careful with what music we were playing. And Wolf says, how do you play with Vindicator on tabletop tactics-wise? Aggressively, basically. They've shortened the range of the weapon, and they've also made it a small blast template. I mean that now more than ever it's an incredibly short-range weapon. But it's a very good short-range weapon. So I guess the strategy is that you try and make your enemy forget about its existence, and you try to keep the awareness down of it to a minimum on the battlefield, with the hope that your opponent won't destroy it if it has a chance to do anything. Yeah, as Hollow says, beep beep, your delivery of phosphex has arrived. And Jimmy says, I was in the zone with nerding. One more drink and then I'll go, lol. She puts up with me playing Toy Soldiers Man. We are blessed, yeah. I think it's just like, generally speaking, a very important life lesson is make sure that whoever your partner may be, that they are are either supportive or enjoy the same hobbies as you. As your hobbies and your interests, they are yours, they are part of you, and if your partner does not respect them or enjoy them, then that's only going to cause problems. And I am very lucky to have a partner which actively enjoys the hobby and wants to get involved as well. And Hex says, I'm so torn 2 on mixing Mark 5 and Mark 4 and squads. Do it. Hardly anything in the Heresy was consistent or uniform, despite what some people may have you think. So yeah, any options for customizing and changing things up or making things in particular ways, you should always go for. I think it's silly not to, and you're missing out on opportunities. Yeah, as Hollow says. Partners who support each other's hobbies, or better yet, enjoy shared hobbies, are happy partners. Exactly. Riverside Miniatures, hey there. I'm not sure if you've noticed any of your messages yet in chat, but welcome in regardless. And they say, you build with way more patience than me. I just got a Nephilim jet on sprue from a secondhand site, and looking forward to starting it tomorrow to finish my Ravenwing list. Nice to join your stream. Thanks. And yeah, tomorrow we'll have a massive hobby hangout because I'll be working on a very big project tomorrow I'm really looking forward to. And yeah, it's one of the, to switch back to Wolf's question about mixing Mark 4 and Mark 5. Do it as every single army in the Horus Heresy suffered significantly from logistics issues. Every legion suffered from them, both loyalists and traitors, and they just had to do whatever they could get from either stealing, scavenging, or just raiding Mechanicum worlds. Or other legions, both allied and traitor, to their respective causes. And it always provides excellent opportunities to mix up and customize your guys. And yeah, the more mixed up a squad, the more authentic it's actually going to look. There's only very rare instances where armies would look entirely uniform in the Horus Heresy, and thankfully for all the new players, if you're running armies of Mark 6, you're actually running them quite lore accurately in that sense, because Mark 6 was only deployed in the later stages, and those who had Mark 6 were very, very desperate to keep a hold of it, as Mark 6 was the best Heresy armor, and those who had it were very defensive of it. Okay, so we're not actually going to glue the shield into place, so we can actually paint this better when we get around to painting it, which won't be today, or tomorrow perhaps, we'll see. But yeah. Right, next we have to glue on the hatches. Oh, they're full of searchlights, that's really clever. And you know what, we'll actually do something a little bit different, because I don't actually see anyone bother with this. What we'll do is we'll actually glue these hatches open, because we can open them. So we can actually have the light shining through. I think it'll add a nice bit of evolution to it. And Hextread, didn't the Iron Warriors turn down Mark 6 shipments? No, they still accepted it, they just weren't huge fans of it because the improved sensors and the benefits which Mark 6 provided over Mark 4 and Mark 2 armors didn't benefit the Legion in any way, so we weren't too interested in helping test the armor. And James, Mark 4 was the most revolutionary armor of the Horus Heresy, or well, the Great Crusade, but it was not the best. It created the concept and the technology, so to speak, of being able to mix the various armors together. It's designed to be backwards compatible with Mark II and by extension Mark III, but it wasn't the best. Mark VI is technologically the best armor, and that's just kind of a fact, unfortunately. I know I've glued these on the wrong way around. These around. To remove all the nasty of just pulling them away. Riverside Miniatures. Not that it matters, but are you left-handed, or do I, as a right-hander, build wrong? Or is it my eyes, lol? No, I am left-handed. And the Hex Shred says, Mark IV was the best groundwork to devolve sub-patterns, which those sub-patterns developed into Mark VI and Mark VII. You can see they're extremely similar compared to the other sets of marine armor. Yeah. So one of the big changes between Mark II and Mark IV was the abandonment of the bands of power armor. You know, how a Mark II looks very banded and the back of Mark III looks very banded, as a cost-saving exercise, as logistically maintaining and look after Mark II armor was a nightmare for Mechanicum. So they decided to just do away with that and go for flat panels, which is what Mark IV is made out of. It's cheaper and less mobile and less agile, but significantly easier to maintain and look after. And during the Great Crusade as well, a bunch of new scientific rediscoveries were made, so to speak. And that included better sensors, better Vox units and stuff, and overall just a general improvement to the technology that went into the armor. So, in a sense, Mark II is more agile and better for close combat, whereas Mark IV is better for an overall situational fulfillment. And Mark III is, well, not as agile, but is better armoured than Mark III. As Mark III, the difference between that and Mark II is the fact that Mark III has ceramite welded to the front of it. Mark VI is more of a development of Mark V armor scheme, which is trying to make the most efficient power armor as possible. That's easy to produce. With Mark VI being the direction which certain tech priests took way too far in trying to put as much of the latest and greatest technologies into it. Meaning that Mark VI is significantly more technologically advanced and more capable than Mark IV, but more expensive to produce, but is also significantly more compatible with other armor types than Mark IV is. One of the biggest innovations with Mark VI armor, which I find to be really, really funny, is the fact that Mark VI is the first power armor to en masse use brushless motors. And it's one of the main reasons why Mark III armor kind of sucks, is because it uses brushed motors, and the additional weight of the ceramite plating welded to the front of it actually causes the brushed motors to overheat and weld themselves shut, which means that Mark III armor cannot actually be used for prolonged periods of time, as it will naturally break down significantly quicker than any other power armor. Which also explains why power armor is so incredibly noisy. as well. And Hollow says, now you listen here, we love brush motors, we love friction welding. And Hextred, I've stored a fair few brushed grinders in my time, yeah. And it's actually a clever reference to the incredibly nerdy nature of the original lore and rule writers for 40k. So they really love their vehicles and their military history. And the whole idea of Mark III being overweighted for the motors that they have is actually a reference back to World War II tanks that were produced by Germany. As the Königstiger, or the King Tiger, and the Panther are famously over-armoured and overweight for the capabilities of their transmissions, and they would very famously break or weld their own transmissions shut. And weld their differentials and break their transmissions because of the weight put on them. And that's where the idea for Mark III being unreliable comes from. Yeah, despite being technically better, it's worse in reality. And I believe Night Lord's Omnibus compared to the armor noise to the sound of a car engine. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I believe that. And yeah, the development of the brushless motors in the Space Marine armor was something that was carried on into later production versions of Mark V and all variants of Mark VI armor. And I think there were some versions of Mark IV that got built later on with brushless motors as well. But it's one of the reasons why Mark VI is considered stealthy, because it's an entire mark of armor which only uses brushless motors, meaning it's significantly more quiet. And the enhanced sensors, which occupy the beak of Mark VI helmet, in the same style as a World War II night fighter has a beak on it to hold the radar array, allows for Mark VI to be significantly better at detecting targets at range and identifying them. So that compared to added on to the fact that it's a very quiet version of power armor in comparison, is why you often see it used so commonly and predominantly by recon squads. As you have to think, as a Space Marine Legion, would you give the quiet armor with superior radars and sensors to your scout infantry, or are you going to put it into the breacher squads? You're naturally going to put it into your recon squads, which is why you see the disposition towards Mark VI being used by more elite squads when available. And it was only during the closing stages of the Horus Heresy, Mark VI was available throughout the entirety of it, that we see it used en masse by other forces, notably by the Loyalists in the Siege of Terra, as it was the only armor being produced on Earth, Terra at the time, and therefore all of the new recruits and new Astartes being pumped into the front lines were equipped with it. And Hextread says, when I say stalled, they've locked up beyond it there. Yeah. Power tools will do that if you put too much pressure on them. And Jimmy asks, are they DeWalt? But yeah, I've read probably a bit too much into power armor for the Space Marines, but it's one of those things I find quite interesting, is like how sensible the development of power armor was given the circumstances of situations, how much thought, especially the Forge World team back in the day, did put into how it all goes together and how it did develop over time. I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually put this on a Vindicator before. Am I an engineer? I suppose in a sense, I'm an IT guy. And hey Doyle, welcome back. Ooh. Okay, so again, we won't be gluing this on because it will make it easier to work with it later. And we haven't glued the siege ram onto the front of it. And that's that sprue empty. Keep track of those as well. So that's all that stuff out of the way. We've got some more accessories to paint to build onto this. I think, yep, we're on to accessory time. Woo! So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the vehicle upgrade sprue from a Horus Heresy vehicle. This is one which I stole off the Sikaran battle tank, and I will be using this to make the cupola. And to help tie this back into the Horus Heresy, we'll be using the Mark II Marine. But first, because I'm going to forget otherwise, we need to put the headlights on this guy. So you rack your keyboard instead of the apprentice? No comment. Well, I suppose I'm legally required to say I've never hurt an apprentice. But yeah, I am quite proud of the fact that every single apprentice I've ever had has ended up with a full-time job in the same role afterwards. Also, almost all of them have ended up in collecting Warhammer as well, coincidentally. Definitely not my fault. And Jimmy says, "That is really cool, man. Seriously, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, if people want to learn and they're willing to listen to me, then I'll try as hard as I can to make sure they succeed." And Hamish says, "You're obviously far too nice to your apprentices." I wouldn't say so, because I often will give them, the not so fun jobs. The thing with apprentices and giving them not so fun jobs is making sure they are aware that, once they get employed, then they no longer have to do those jobs. And that one day they'll be in a position where they can make other people do those jobs. You've got to turn that laziness of yours into desire for them, right? And if that's just spite and hatred for you, then you're probably not doing it right, to be honest. And yeah, I suppose in that sense as well, I've been quite lucky with the apprentices I've had but they've all been very passionate about IT and actually wanting to, learn and get the job. So it's that there is that side to it as well. If my apprentices didn't want to learn how to do the job properly, or to get a career in IT, then I think it would have been a very different experience. And one of the guys who was an apprentice, thankfully not my apprentice, was someone like that. They thought that they naturally deserved the job, and that they didn't need to do anything in order to earn the job at the end of the apprenticeship, and therefore just kind of refused to do anything or really take part in anything. And they ended up losing the job. Not like cleaning out with Saniflow, or do a chimney pot with no ladder. No, just all the fun stuff like, making them do all the heavy lifting and stuff. And that was before I was incapable of doing it by myself as well. So we've now switched over to the Sakarian instructions so we can actually build these hatches properly. Although we do also need to take a quick stop to have a look at the rules for the Vindicator to work out what equipment we can actually put on top. And work out what we do want to put on these guys. So naturally I want to put the commander on, but we need to decide how we want his equipment to be on the hatch. Okay, so it can basically take anything. In which case we just need to work out what hatch we use. So what one does the Sakarian itself need? Cool, so we are actually free to use whatever one we want. Okay, so we'll use this one here. That fits in perfectly. Next we need to assemble the Mark II Marine. A27. I had one who thought after a 2 years apprenticeship they could earn the same as us. The youth of today. Yeah, well. Little secret, I'm not actually as old as I may seem. But thankfully, I don't need to worry about stuff like that. Yeah, being an IT guy has its benefits. As unfortunately for you guys in the construction industry, there's always that perception of, well, at the end of the day I can always find it someone else to do it cheaper. Because there's always that background consideration of the fact that there are people always wanting to do stuff on the sketchier side. So people feel entitled to try and get everything done as cheap as possible. Whereas as an IT guy, especially for businesses, there are expectations for certain qualifications and stuff, which obviously cost money. And because an IT guy is so business critical, there's not really much room for businesses to try and shortchange the IT guys. Because if they do, then they'll walk. Actually, that's a fun question. For those guys who don't know my age, because I know a couple of you do, how old do you think I am? I can say based on my recent experience, it's worth waiting and paying for right builders and roofers, yeah. And Jenny says, I only got a C in IT. Oof. Actually, hang on, wait, what did I get in my GCSE? Would have been a C. Yeah, I think I got a C as well, so I just decided to then go and do courses at college. Get the job. Oh, they got me an apprenticeship, which I did, and then a job. Who says the Ancient of Days? not that. Highest grade I could get by putting me in a lower class, which I didn't know until 2 months before my exams. I'm not better at all. Oh, that is rough. See, I was given a significant leg up, completely accidentally by my completely tech illiterate family. As growing up, we had a Mac computer, and once that basically died, my very tech-savvy uncle encouraged the entire family to try using Linux. And so we all kind of started using Linux instead, and it was fun and fine. And then I went to school, and I was exposed to Windows for the first time. So I was quite bad with computers initially, but at the same time also incredibly good with them. So yeah, I learnt computers basically the completely the wrong way around to almost everyone else in the world. I'm glad for it, because it's put me in a very fortunate position of being good at all 3 operating systems, which is an incredibly useful bargaining chip. That's a question for you guys. Thinking about what I should do after stream, and one of the things I want to do is get in contact with Liam just to say thank you properly. What's the best way to get in touch with him for you guys who well, know him better? Just ping him on a vid or Discord thing, man. Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, if you could, Hamish, that'd be great. I have returned. Hey, Ghosty. Hope your little trip went well. We've made some great progress on the Vindicator. And it says, I got my mail with the 40 Mark 6 Iron Warrior heads and shoulders. Awesome. And got some sandpaper. Lovely. Yeah, at the moment we are building Mark II Marine to sit on top of the Vindicator. We just need to work out what pintle mounted weapon we're going to give him. I've got a feeling I know how chat's going to take it. How do I get the Discord server link? It should be as easy as right-clicking and get invite, but the moderators do have the ability to disable the ability for normal people to be able to make invite links. So if you're struggling, that may have happened. And Gosu asks, have you built any Cataphractii Terminators? I have a question for you if you have. I have built a lot of Cataphractii Terminators. What question do you have? Okay, I'm trying to glue the leather belt front drape thing onto the belt and they aren't fitting properly. Do you have to shave these down or did you glue them on top of it? Good question. Give me a moment because I still actually have some on the sprue to have a look at. We just finished gluing this in place. Let me have a check. Unnecessarily fitting. And thanks for that, Hamish. I'll check that out in a minute. So, chat. I just realized I didn't actually need to buy a whole new kit to get one of these weapon sprues. I did actually leave enough on this sprue from building my Spartan to have actually done what we're doing today. Oh well. Right. It looks like it shouldn't be too difficult because you got the slot on here. Oh, go see. Which looks like that's where those go in. I think it's just a matter of making sure you're getting the right belt thing. They are differently numbered. 29, 26, 17. They're all differently numbered, so I'd just make sure you're getting the correct ones in. But yeah. One thing which would caught me out when I first built mine from the calf box is make sure you really file down that top bit. And make sure that you're not leaving the tabs because it is a very tight fit. So you make sure you've trimmed and tidied up. If you're still struggling, then I'd consider shaving around the sides and the top to make it slightly smaller to fit in. Right. Back to the Vindicator. And Henry says Vindy is looking good, making me want to dig mine out and build it, but much resist. But why? It's a fun tonk. Why would you deny yourself tanks? Tanks are awesome. It says be right back real quick, no worries. Whilst, yeah, big stompy robot is really important, have you also considered tonk? Vindicator for close quarters like a shotgun, and Predators for range with Kratos leading the charge, ideally with a squadron of each. Yeah, that's the dream. Full mechanized warfare. Wait, did I only cut out one? Alright, see you later, Johnny. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I hope the doghouse is comfy. And not to mention, with 15 character practically 10 Tartarus, 5 Shrouds, 5 Wardens, and about 80 Marines and Spartan I want to build. Sounds like you got a lot to build, Hamish, and it sounds like I won't be wearing cat ears at Valfest. Hextread says, okay, I figured it out. I'm going to go an even split of 10 Mark 4 and 10 Mark 5, and then I'm going to try and slip in Mark 3 or 2. Awesome. I look forward to seeing that. Hex, you're on the Discord, right? Says, I'm surprised how much is constantly out of stock of Horus Heresy. Yeah, so as you probably remember, towards the beginning of the release of the Heresy, there were a lot of people who were very critical about it and saying it was probably going to flop and it wasn't really going to go anywhere. that it won't be the success Games Workshop wants it to be, and I've got a feeling Games Workshop thought that as well. Which is why they've been caught so off guard. Well, there are another number of things that could also have caused the stocking issues. Like certain global events, shall we say. I also think Games Workshop were a bit pessimistic on the outlook of it because of how unsuccessful as a game the Heresy was overall before the release of 2nd edition. And Hamish says, I've probably got 2,000 points already built, so the additional is just to grow Glorious 14th. Yeah. Right, I think it's time for a pointless question, which I probably already know the answer to, but what pintle-mounted weapon are we going to give the Vindicator? Bearing in mind this is going into the Death Guard. And the next thread said, yeah, I'm a Forge-World sucker, even though on my wallet caused by Forge-World, I just hope, even if it's like the old upgrades I bring back Mark II for a limited time, gonna be loading up on it. So the rumours I've been hearing, and not just from Varak Hextread, is we are going to be seeing Plastic Mark II soon, TM. And that's from people which are in the know, but not from Varak, although Varak is saying the same thing as well. And yeah, I'll be hopefully moving on to the next army in this plan, which is the World Eaters, in time for Mark II, because I really would like a lot of Mark II for the World Eaters. And still here for a minute. It would be a bit of a little turds in there with Day of Revelations, Blood Angels, now Day of Revelations, Word Bearers, yes. Aren't there any generic rites of war which help you do that? And will it get close enough for a flamer to be viable? There we go. There we go, there's the inevitable question I thought was coming. Heavy flamer. So let's go to the weapon on the Vindicator. It's a Demolisher Cannon, which is a 24-inch range, strength 12, AP 3, ordnance, blast 3, sunder, rending 6+, brutal 3 weapon. So, in other words, yes, we probably will get close enough for a flamer to be viable. Oh, and Hollow suddenly appears with a smiley face. I can't remember if you answered this, but does any Heresy Death Guard have flails? Good question. Hollow resident Death Guard expert. Do the Death Guard use flails in the Heresy? But this is kind of worrying. I've misplaced my knife. And Hollow says, so yes and no. Of course, it wouldn't be simple. Coaster says, as soon as you said you lost your knife, I dropped mine. Be careful and don't hurt yourself. Do not stab yourself with a knife. So Hollow says, improved weapons were never disallowed, and a lot of them brought crude farmer tools as weapons with them into the stars, but it's never really covered in any detail. There are no stats from as I know of, but machetes, kukris, grain flails, etc. are all employed. Interesting. And my recommendation from a gameplay point of view is use a power weapon profile which feels the closest to it. So with the flail, I'd probably use it as a power mace of some kind. I feel like that's the most thematically appropriate due to the nature of the damage the weapon would do. Do you have a Dimos Rhino? And do you think that Vindicator could be mashed into together with Dimos Rhino to make it extra heretical? Possibly. I do not. I was considering doing it, but they didn't have a Rhino in stock today, so I wasn't able to pick one up to try. But I did think about that. But for this first one, I want it to be, you know, how to make the 40k one fit, rather than making a 30k one. 40k, I guess. Ando says, I keep disappearing, sorry. And Hextread said, Gal Vorback aren't cheap, points-wise they're a nasty cost, but the table are also nasty. Yep, absolutely. And if you play Alpha Legion, they want to be at units which I'd actually recommend you to steal. It's also thematically appropriate as well, as the Alpha Legion did have some Gal Vorback. I'm really concerned and confused about where my knife has gone. Let's just review the stream a second. Although if you stole it, could you give it back? Because you're swearing my capability to build Death Guard stuff. Check your feet, that's where I found mine the other day. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The immediate area around my streaming setup is a little bit messy at the moment. Just how quickly I've been grinding through building stuff on stream. I wasn't stupid, was I? Put any controllers. A true Death Guard assassin of making do with what you have. You're saying country boys make do with what they have, huh? Yeah, I don't get where it could be. Let's just roll my check a second. God damn it, Tuppy. Meanwhile, over on YouTube, did the rat steal it? Ickit is crafting new weapons, making a warpstone blade. God damn it. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Like, my rats are genuinely very smart, and often to a terrifying degree. Ikit has actually worked out on my keyboard which key you have to press to disable web camera. Huh? Extra? Why is Varrock sound familiar? Wait, when did I recently say Varrock's name? But yeah, Varrock probably sounds familiar because one of the biggest 40k YouTubers, not heresy YouTubers though. So, sculpting tool, file, sculpting tool, clippers, paintbrush, cotton buds, file, magnets, magnet on a stick, paintbrush, sculpting tool, paintbrush, panel lining tool, or panel etching. Where would I put it? I wasn't too comfortable doing it because I put it on the sofa. In other news, magnets should arrive tomorrow and finally the contemptor should be ready. Awesome, Doyle. And yeah, no, we've mentioned Varrock's name a few times, Hextread, because yeah, I am friends with him and I'm one of his main moderators on YouTube. He used to be on his Discord server, but he decided that he didn't need my help. Which, to everyone who knows Varrock, is quite clearly a lie. He definitely needs my help. Yeah, is it behind the tank underneath your shelf and desktop thing? That's a good question. Nope. Oh, by the way, this little hobby area thing is made by TT Combat, by the way, if you're interested. It has slots for your paint pot, paint brushes, and dropper bottle paints. And this one I've had for like 12 years, or so. Like, basically as long as I've been in a hobby, really. That's why it's seen better days. And Hexred said, yeah, fair. I can't say I watch him much. He did the last Wolverines, didn't he? They looked really cool. Yeah, he did. And it's decided to autoplay a new playlist halfway through a playlist. That's annoying. There we go. Honestly, it actually feels a lot nicer. You know what? No, I'm not actually going to finish that sentence. I just realised how wrong that was. Anyway. Very glad I got myself with that one. But yeah, I guess gonna have to make do. Really in a situation where I need a knife. God damn it. I don't understand where it could have gone. Hex Tread. I asked earlier, but I'm not sure if you noticed. But are you on the Discord server? You magnetized a Leviathan yet? No. The Marble Gods decided that we would do a Contempt Dreadnought instead. Would you guys be interested in seeing a Leviathan build at some point? And Hamish says, to be fair, I don't even remember seeing you with Hobby Knife stream. I definitely had it, because I was scratching the sides of things down with it. Rolf says do it, and Ghost said, hell yeah, I'd love to see a Leviathan Dread stream. I just got mine last week and still need to get it painted, etc. Cool. And Will says, maybe at some point, up to you at the end of the day, Tuppy. Yeah, well, again, all of this, everything I do on stream is basically decided by you guys, in one capacity or another. I have certain things. Oh, sorry. I have certain things which I'm going to do and I have planned to do, but otherwise this is a pretty open thing. If you guys want to see me build a Horus Heresy model, I'll build it. If you want to see me paint something, I'll paint it. As long as at the end of the day I still get to do stuff I want to do, I really don't mind what else we do. So if if there is stuff you want to see me do, tell me, let me know, and we can do it. And I adore the Horus Heresy. It is by far my favourite setting when it comes to Warhammer. 40k for the sci-fi side of things. And I am always going to have energy for heresy related stuff. Behind my ear. That would be quite impressive. Considering I'm wearing headphones. Oh, this is really annoying. The worst thing is, this means there are now 2 hobby knives somewhere in my room. I don't know where they are. The colour, the handle is silver. It's an all metal one. The other one's black. Waiting for my Liber Hereticus before I make an official decision on big weapon platforms. Yep, that's a good idea. I'm all in on heresy. What colour is the handle? So I see what looks like a mold line remover and knife by the orange oil. So that's sculpting tool. This is also a sculpting tool. This is a paintbrush. No, the other side. Oh, this is a screwdriver. And I fix it screwdriver. I wish I could get sponsored by them. And yeah, panel scribe. And Wolf says it's an amazing time for Horus Heresy. There's so many cool models for us to get in plastic, it's just waiting, yeah. Will we get a Lucius stream, or will you not be able to wait to put together your boy? I will stream Lucius. I'll stream all the Empress Children stuff when I get it, because I will be making some changes to the Terminator Praetor, because there are some things I really don't like about him. And that'll be all happening on the same day. And Hollow says, Death Guard cat ears and a big magnet block to lock your tools to between use. Late birthday, Prezi. I was still concerned about what the implications of Death Guard cat ears are. And Wolf says, Tuppy, I don't think it's right you have Death Guard and no Morty. Justice for Morty. Yeah, but in that case I'd also have to get Angron, I'd also have to get Alfarius. And I'd also have to get Horus. And I don't know about you guys, but I myself am not personally made out of money, and I cannot afford to be buying multiple Primarch models. I'll stick to Fulgrim. And here it says, new Tuppy tool suggestion for portfolio. Knife on a string. Tie it to yourself and you'll never miss a beat. Hobbying again, now available from JML. That would be very dangerous. Hey, look. If you guys want to pay for me to have Primarch models, go for it. You all know the link by now. If you want to see me build Primarchs, you can buy them for me. And Jimmy says, I have a couple of stitches in my mush from forgetting I had a scalpel in my hat. Wow, okay. Yeah, please look after yourself. And just for Heretic Primarchs. The only Primarch I have is Fulgrim. One of the very, very first to fall to Chaos. And Hollow. It was mostly a rhetorical thing. Please don't actually throw me that kind of money, especially for 4 models. And Wolf says, "Did you like the Horus Ascended model? How much do you think it will be? Too much for me to buy." But otherwise, yeah, I think it's a very cool model. Am I gonna have to buy a 3rd hobby knife? Yeah, is this really the direction this is going again? Because yeah, I do have a knife, this crappy one, which I suppose will work for the rest of the evening, but I would much rather have the nicer one. And shouldn't the Lucia stream be just on Twitch with the Tittle stream? For God's sake. And Henry says, hey Woo, hope you're doing okay. And Harry says, do you want to do a commission paint job on a Horus with alternative 3D printed cat head option for me? I mean, I could. I feel like that would get me kicked out of the heresy community quicker than my own content would. Well, actually, that's a question I'd like to ask some people. Doyle says, would Lucius's helmet look good on Mark 6 Emperor's Children Praetor? I can't remember what his helmet looks like. But probably. Speaking of illuminating, can you illuminate my hobby knife so we can get back on with the build? That'd be really handy. It's got to a point now where I've so thoroughly checked everywhere I think it could possibly be, I'm starting to gaslight myself into thinking maybe it didn't actually exist. Which is ridiculous, because it clearly existed, because I've used it. And there's the Lupercat. I'm surprised it's taken this long for Lupercat to be spammed, to be honest. The rats have it planning an escape and rebellion with hobby knives. Well, the thing is, they really like attention and they really like having me around, so I don't think they'd ever betray me. Elanius Pius appeared in your room, stole the knife, and used it to continue cutting his way back to the throne world. To be honest, one of the more realistic options at this point. The Lupercat respects your loyalty, toil, and harm. They aren't hobby knives, they're anaphames. What's all that? Okay. And Hollow says they've determined what Death Guard cat ears mean. Oh boy. What does it mean, Hollow? Wow, that sounds so incredibly cursed. I feel like if anyone were to read that out loud, I feel like someone would have to say that in an anime voice. And yeah, of course I can link for your music, Doyle. Sit down for a moment. So the music is, again, well, as always, from Carl Casey and his YouTube channel, White Bat Audio. My YouTube channel, second. Oh god, it started playing Big Red Bears live stream. Nope, we don't want that. Not here. And there you go, there's the music. I'm gonna read it out anyway. Thank you, Lord Pormark, for the Poor Master, for the God Emperor, Tuppy. Okay, so, Biblical Nipple. That's an incredible name, by the way. Think you pulled the knife off the desk with a sprue around 58, just after a green night. Okay. Could you send me a link or a clip of it? A second. I was like, honestly, I feel like you guys are just about as engrossed in this adventure as I am at this point. So 50, 58. And yeah, I'm relatively hyped for Dark Tide. Not sure how well I'll be able to stream it, so we'll have to see. Okay, so it does actually look like I drop it, which is really interesting. And that's some incredible detective work, by the way. Does a knife make a reappearance after that? So Jimmy, update. Biblical nipple in chat. Found the timestamp of where the knife was last seen, and it looks like it actually rolls off the desk and onto my lap and then onto the floor. Somehow. I'm just skipping forward through the video, well, back through the live stream to see if I come across it again. No, because I started using a file at that point. Okay. But yeah, I'd rather not find the knife by standing on it, so, right, let's try this again. So, for those watching, the knife was here, and it rolled this way and off. Is the knife on your lap or on a chair or embedded in your leg without you realising? Well, I'm currently not sat on my chair. And it doesn't appear to be attached to the chair or embedded in the chair anywhere. And, like, honestly, I find this really entertaining because that's like some incredible detective work to work out where in the live stream that we last saw it. So the issue is my hobby desk doesn't actually have space underneath it for the knife to roll to. So it can't have really likely rolled anywhere around my hobby desk. Huh. Well, I found a handle. I guess it's something. Feel rather committed to finding a source knife now. Agree with Magnet idea, it's safer than... Well, this is the thing, right? It's a huge hobby knife. I should be able to see it before I impale myself on it. Somehow I don't think Magnet Stick is going to be too successful here. Has it fallen into my pockets? No. This is entertainment. Yeah, well, I'm glad someone's finding it entertaining. Yeah, I'm just really confused more than anything because there's really not that many places it could potentially have travelled to. The blade's in the knife. It can't have fallen out. And Wolf says, I'm gonna go sleep well. Yeah, sleep well, and But yeah, I do actually find this kind of interesting where it's gone, to be honest. And, well, you guys seem to be finding this interesting. So those who may not have been around this entire time and may just be tuning in, I have lost my hobby knife somewhere in the room, and I'm not entirely sure where. Let's reset the simulation. Put a chair back where I was. Sat like there. I would have come this way. It's not in my foot actually thinking about it. What's it? Oh, and there's the knife blade, that one. Wait, there's somewhere I would put it. I've checked the sofa. I've checked down here screws. There, it's not on. Okay, so you'll know if I've cut myself on it because I'll have to immediately cut the stream, because the moment you do anything that can ascertain to self-harm on either platform, you will immediately lose your channel. So me accidentally cutting myself with the knife would actually be a reason for me to have to stop the stream immediately. So if I disappear, that's what's happened. Yeah, just don't show blood and you're fine. Yep, true that. Considering how sharp the blade actually is. I think it will jump straight to bleeding quite quickly. Which is also kind of the reason why, you know, I'm not just putting this on pause and ignoring the fact we've lost it. It's a charger. The peppers just have shown green light. About lead belt, was the other one. Yeah, worked out with it, and thank you so much for pointing that one out. That's a real how biblical. Biblical, if you aren't already, can you, well, assuming you want to, of course, please join the Discord server. Because you definitely have earned the title of MVP for this stream. And if you're wondering how you get on the Discord, so it's !Discord in chat. God, I do feel like an idiot. So haven't found the knife. I found the knife blades, which went missing, for my other knife, because I couldn't find those, I had to buy the new knife, which I've now lost. Why were they even in there? It's not even a place where it makes sense for all the knife blades to be. So, yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, swearing time. We reached that level. This hobby knife here is by far my favourite hobby knife. It is made by a company called Meng, and they make incredible hobby stuff, including this knife, which has some incredibly sharp blades, which are incredibly good. So much so that I think I'm safe to show this, but I have this nice big scar here running from this point here on my finger to this point here on my finger, and you can probably see the bulge and the line here. Yeah, I cut myself with one of these knife blades. They're really good. And I had to go to A&E over it. It was, yeah, quite the adventure. And with the knife, you get from Meng, you get lots and lots of extra blades, so you'll never run out. And did you find the knife? No, but I found the blades for the knife which I just lost to replaced. So I now have a fresh hobby knife. Henry says, I noticed that you lost it originally when you badmouthed how slow I was at building. So I'd say with Chaos Gods for punishing you. No, shut up, Hamish. Well, I hope you're making the most of the time you've got now, Hamish, to try and catch up, because you're already a whole day behind. So, you know, chop chop. Because what I certainly can't. Goku says Tuppy's knife's in warp. Now Zane's using it to make his Tuppy model. Oh, God. Like, the thing is, there's basically nothing for it to roll under. Right. Henry says, I noticed you had it originally. It looks like you had it under vehicle weapon spree. Yep. The thing is, I put this onto my gaming desk. And my gaming PC is where I normally stream with a green screen, and I've thoroughly checked that desk. And under it for good measure as well. Is it in one of the tank boxes? I did think that, and I did try and check that out. And yep, the Chaos Gods definitely took it from you in that case for your slander of me. I'm going to crash out now. Shark Object Treasure Hunt. Was it random but entertaining segment to a stream? Yeah, so I see you, Hamish. Hope you sleep well, and I'm really excited for tomorrow, and I think you know why. So yeah, have a good one. And yeah, honestly, I think I'm just going to give up looking for it for now. I'm fairly sure it will show up eventually, one way or another. But thankfully, and more importantly for me personally, we have my original hobby knife back. And check the sock drawer. This is my hobby room. I don't have any clothing or anything in here. Do some hobbying. Or I go insane. says be right back, gonna rest my back. I'll catch you in 45 minutes if you're still on, my friend. At what time will you be streaming tomorrow? Good question. So I need to go and do some shopping first thing in the morning. So it'll be basically whenever I get back. As normal, I'm going to pretend I can meet a 2 o'clock British time stream start and inevitably miss it by an hour, so probably around 3. Okay, chat. You, no, I said it couldn't roll under anything. Because there's nothing for it to really roll under. It managed to roll under the arm of my sofa. I didn't even realise there was any potential space for it to roll underneath my sofa, because my sofa doesn't have any legs, it's flat on the ground. I don't even understand how it managed to find a gap there in which to roll into, especially as it would have had next to no momentum rolling that far, because that's actually quite some distance for it to roll. In fact, it had to jump 2 power cables and some sprues in order to get to where it was. Which just physically does not make any sense. So yeah, cool. So we got a hobby knife, which I now actually hate. And we found my favourite hobby knife. So yeah, Biblical, you are by far the MVP of this stream. And did you find your way onto the Discord server fine? Oh, so quick thing, Biblical, on the Discord server in the welcome and rules, at the very bottom you need to click on the yellow heart in order to gain access to the server properly. It's just to say you read the rules, and it's just a very basic anti-bot thing on the server. So yeah, remember to click on the yellow heart in the rules. There we go. So welcome on in, and there you go. It's the Marble Champion role, simply because of it used to be allocated by marbles. So you actually take the role off of Doyle. But I think everyone can agree there that Biblical did save the day there by identifying the last time we saw it in order for us to work out that bit. We'd dropped it on the floor. Right. God, that's actually taken quite a bit of energy out of me. So, things we need to do to make this a bit more suitable for traitors. So the first thing we're going to need to do is remove this Aquila, which will be a lot of fun. Now blade. You know what, we are actually going to have to use this one because it's longer. That already looks so much nicer, doesn't it, without the Aquila prominently on it. And although I refuse to praise Zinch for the rediscovery because it was almost certainly his shenanigans that put it there. Also, anyone notice how I find it the moment Hamish goes? Doyle says, super tempted to order Lucius, but I have never worked with resin before. Resin is not scary. And Doyle, if you do order it, we will be going through the process of building him together on stream. And yeah, if you do want to order him and you are nervous, then I'll slow down a bit, okay? And we can go through it properly. Dora says, I don't want to end up poisoning myself for one or ruining the model. Don't worry. Resin is overly made out to be awful and terrible. Whilst there are problems with it, and obviously some health concerns with it, there are many benefits, and it's not actually as scary as people make it out to be. All you need to do is just be sensible, you know, don't shave lots of the model. And don't create lots of resin dust. But generally speaking, I haven't really found that I end up needing to sand forge-old stuff, really. And if you ever do, make sure to wear a mask. Everyone should have a mask at this point, for various global reasons. even if you aren't required to wear it and don't actively wear it outside, you should still have a mask somewhere. Wear it. It will do a good enough job of keeping the resin dust out of your lungs. Actually, that's a point, Hollow. You're the medical expert. I am right in saying that, aren't I? I mean with your face masks, which you should be wearing out in public, being good enough. There you go, some advice from Hollow. Perhaps use a dedicated dust mask for woodwork if you're feeling very paranoid, as it will do a better job of conforming to your face and of creating a better seal. So completely random question, but are square bases better than circles with your fantasy bias? It depends on the game system. If it's rank and file and you move everything in blocks of infantry, then yes. If they're independent units that move around, then it's less important. Yeah, I play game systems of circle bases, square bases, rectangular bases, and hexagonal bases in the case of Battletech. They all have their uses. It depends on the game system and what you're trying to do. And Jimmy says, I jumped out of my skin when you spoke, Van. How come? I just glued some vampires with D&D on to our bases. Had them for ages and thought, why not? Yeah, why not? Best kind of inspiration. Is it worth having loads of different grades of files, standing blocks, or will one or two get the job done? It's a difficult one. So, for the most part, let me just cut this away. I have some rather fine sanding sponges. I have some quite coarse ones, but also off to the side of the camera, I have a huge roll of different grits of sandpaper. I just bought quite cheap. And I use those for in-betweens. And then I have 2 grades of files. These final ones from Meng, and these coarser ones from Army Painter. Between a mix of the 3, I normally have everything I really need. To extend out, what other tools needed for work? Resin miniature. Basically the same as working with your plastic ones, really. I think the main thing is just making sure you have super glue, because that's what you use to put the resin miniatures together rather than plastic glue. Zona paper, I'm not familiar with that term. Alright, I have to go now as I have to be up early. Thanks for another awesome stream, and I hope to catch you tomorrow for the thing you have planned. Yeah, I really hope so too. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm probably not going to get much sleep tonight, if that wasn't already evident by the fact it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, have a good one, Doyle, and yeah, catch you tomorrow. So yeah, I think we've done a quite good job of making this look a bit more heresy appropriate. You know, obviously we still need to work on the heavy flamer for the pintle mount, but yeah. What I think I'm going to do there, lads, ladies and everyone else, is we're going to call the stream there, I think. It's getting quite late, and I feel like all the stuff that needs to carry on with this model will take a very long time, and yeah, it's too late for that. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to all of those from Liam's streams who came over and hung out for the first time. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, for those who are new, all of the live streams are playable back on YouTube. If you want to support me in this content and doing more stuff, then you can support me over on Ko-fi. I'll come up with a new donation goal soon. Yeah, and if you want to support me on a more permanent basis, there's always Patreon as well. That helps out massively. And yeah, hopefully really soon we'll reach the Twitch affiliate status and we can have some fun with that as well. But in the meantime, have a lovely evening, day, morning, night, wherever it is for you, and I will catch you tomorrow.